Alright, what's up? How are you doing, Clip? How are we doing today? I didn't even have to update the title of the stream because technically the patch was today. It's actually at like midnight something. Apparently they actually put it back online. So, don't even need to update the title. It's correct. Technically speaking, the best kind of correct. Alright. Yeah, I need to reload the YouTube chat because for some reason it does not work until I do it. Alright. Is that a bit too loud still? Potentially. That should be fine. Alright. We can actually start farming. I did some farming before the stream. Because somehow, as a zoomer, I still pulled my back. And I'm suffering. Pulled my back yesterday, bringing some groceries home. I don't know how, I guess I haven't been working out or stretching too much lately. And that's the price I pay for that. Oops, I used all my cooldowns a bit too early. Doesn't matter. What's up, Jedi? We didn't start part of this season. Well, it's about time you swap. It's still like the weakest class if you go by pit pushing, but it's not like it's behind by much, so it still can do every piece of content in the game. Even if you're not playing lunging, I'm not playing lunging, right? I'm playing Whirlwind Lucky Hit, and that still has more than enough damage. Get him, boys. Okay, why am I stuck? Why am I dead? What? Yeah, that's a mechanic on Duriel. That's you need 100% unstoppable on Duriel, or else that happens if you don't dodge it. Yeah, that's a mechanic. If you don't get unstoppable, you just die. So yeah, I used my shots a bit too early there. I didn't have unstoppable and I died. I might have the damage, but the skill, I got skill gap by the real. It's that skill right there. It slows you down super, like a lot. And then it just pins you down. There we go. And why did this stop? There we go.
It is done.
I don't care about the gear it gives me. It likely will not be an upgrade and it's all account bound, so I'm just going for the souls,
See some steel,
Okay, I do need to test something before we start farming stuff. Because they did change the attack speed the Myriad Stone gives you, supposedly. And I do need to test that. So let me... where's this? I know I have a... Yeah, I have a 48 over here. Cool. Dropped myself, by the way. Quite fun. Anyway. Multiple training dummies. Boss. Just so it... That's not the boss one. Okay. Right now, we can easily get... Where's the stone? There we go. So... Right now, the stone... Actually, I don't need to take this one off. I can just take the damage one. We don't care about the damage here. So the stone supposedly should give you cap 2 attack speed. Which it doesn't actually differentiate here. But the way we're gonna test it is... I got 40% from Rupture, 20% from Call of the Ancients, and Accelerating. Our attack speed, if this is not cap 2, will get... so we are at 76 right now. So our cap speed would go up to 100 here. And then you would have 20 plus 40 plus 28. So that's 88, right? We'd have 188 attack speed. If it goes on cap 2, we should have much less than that. So let's test that. Right? It's a bit weird that I can't have this open at the same time. I kinda can, but... 176. What that means... Wait, what does that actually... It means that it's going on the cap 2, yeah. That's precisely what it means. It's going on the cap 2 now. AKA the same one as Accelerating and stuff like that. Right? Which means it's potentially good to actually swap to Ariad's bearings. Masterwork either life or resist. And then just have a ring with cooldown. You have the cooldown on the amulet, and that will be enough to cap the cooldown. You don't need to use the gem I put... Where did I put it? You'll not need to use this gem over here, right? So I can have that one up. I just wanted it up there. You don't need to use this gem anymore. So you get an extra aspect here and another extra aspect here by running the ancient bearings. Not only does this cap resist, which means I can run movement speed on the boots, and I can run some additive damage on the ring, right? Which will be great. It also means that I can masterwork the strength or the attack speed. I'm not sure which one will give you more damage. I need to look into that, actually. Regardless, you can just increase damage that way, which should be a bit more damage. And then you get the Earthquakes procced here. You don't need to run, again, the Executioner. So you can just run an aspect here. I think it will end up being more damage. Fairly certain. It just might be a bit weird to play, because you need to be chasing around. Like, if you're playing solo, it doesn't matter too much, because the Ancients will just be jumping on top of the enemies that you're attacking, right? So the Earthquake should be somewhat nearby you. If you're playing in a group, it might be a bit more painful, but should not be the end of the, you know, should not be a deal breaker. You know what? I'm not gonna run this just now, because I do not know what I need to masterwork. like out of like I just don't know it because I need to calculate. Like I know it's either gonna be strength or attack speed. For example, on this one, on the Ariat's bearings, it will likely either be resists or life. Since I have GA resists, it might just be life. Because we don't care about ultimate damage. Call of the Ancients will have more than enough. Alternatively, if I do Masterwork Call of the Ancients, I can run Warcry cooldown, which means I might get enough cooldown from enough berserking up time from the Warcry itself, which means I don't need to run Relentless. It's gonna be a lot of testing. Because some of this, like not running Relentless and running Grasping Whirlwind, for example, is something I can't really test if it's gonna be better or not without, you know, actually field testing it. So for now, let's, you know, whoop. Why do I have this one here? Oh, this one is for Snail. For now, we're just gonna run like this. It's the upgrade will not be that big of a damage. It might just be 1 or 2 bits, but you know, I'll take that for sure. Okay, before anything, we need to go and grab some... In this room, we're just gonna farm some resources. What's the best way to get the tomes? Are you talking the ones that you need to craft the... to craft the jewels? That's gonna be doing Auradic strong rooms. Like, if you have things like this, just run them. Even if you don't have them, if you just run a normal dungeon, like 80% of the times you're gonna have a Auradic strong room in there. It's really common for you to find one. You do the strong room, try to get the 6 ranks, right? If you can't get 6 ranks, it is what it is, but the more ranks you have, the more likely it is that you do get a recipe. Now, it's just gonna be running those back to back until you get all of them. Damn, I have a lot of boss mats. Alright. Where's the dungeon? Alright. Okay. That being cap 2 is good to know. Well, let me check if the XP actually got buffed or not. The XP globe. No, it's giving him... What? It's giving less than it was before. Alright. Ooh. What's that? Oh. Yeah, it's not that great, actually. Ooh. I don't need it, but I'm picking it up. It's shiny. Let's just try to go to the end of the dungeon. We already got the XP thing. We just want to complete the dungeon, get another key, and get all the obsidian from the completion. We're not doing an event. Mostly a waste of time, so yeah. We don't care about that. Are there strong rooms I do want to save? We do have some material reserves there that I do want to run. I have some more on my chest. On my stash, I mean. Actually, there was a whisper. Oh well. We'll do it after if it's still up. The cool thing with this is that the dungeons themselves give you a good amount of obsidian. And then you're also farming the... Ooh, we also got the strong room. This is what I mean. Even if the strong room is not guaranteed, it still shows up quite often. Anyway, the dungeons give you obsidian by themselves. And then the chests give you the souls. The title says patch today. Well, the patch dropped yesterday. I got reverted, and then they dropped it today early, like a bit after midnight. So technically today is patch day. Like we were able to play patch yesterday for like 30 minutes, if that, and then it just got reversed. Okay, I had some bad connection on my audio.
Quite the challenge, eh?
I had to solve that. Like, it was crashing a lot of people's games yesterday, it seems. So they had to revert it, and we'll be fine now, hopefully. Is there a chest? The thing I do not like too much about this chest thing, right, is that especially on dungeons that have a lot of dead end, you just need to look into every, like, nook and cranny to actually find them, you know? You can just run to the end, or else you'll be missing on the chest. Been watching your stream since Season 7, best bar of the game. By the way, love your builds, I really appreciate that. I'm not sure if I'm the best, but I try to, at the very least. We'll get there one day, you know? It's a journey. Wait, haven't I done it? Oh no, it was just on the other side, yeah, okay. Pretty strong room, let's go. I do want to see if the escalation part is actually fixed or not. Because before you're just... It was not actually escalating, it was just giving you a different amount, a different group of modifiers for the dungeon, right? It was escalating in difficulty, but it was not actually escalating the damage you're doing. Definitely one of the best. I hope so. Really appreciate that. You'll never expect my betrayal whenever the paladin comes out. You'll never expect that betrayal. This is the potion one, yeah, okay. Can you live with the betrayal if it's a monk or other class? There's no way the next class is not Paladin. Like, there's absolutely no way. I will not believe it. I'll live in denial to the end of my life. Okay, time to look for the rest of the chests now. Okay, there we go. Especially on this, if you get the... it's actually dropping 16 now. On the patch, it was only dropping 14 or 15, right? Ooh. Let's go. The only way I betray Barb is when they launch Paladin / Crusader. Exactly. And even then, I'll be playing Barb. Like, for me, it's always been like the Paladin class. On any MMOs or anything like that, right? The Paladin class has always been my favorite. But I always end up playing the Warrior one as well, because I still like the playstyle, right? You know, I sometimes just like do not only slap them with the mace, but, you know, I also like to add some flair to it, you know? That's what Paladin does. Still slap them, but with a bit of magic as well, you know? A bit of magic mixed in. Share your commentary throughout gameplay. Hey, I've been trying to improve that, but it's... glad to hear it's better. Really appreciate that. It's Paladin wisdom based. I would expect it to be the willpower. I would expect it to be willpower. It could be willpower, it could be strength. It will just depend how they end up making the archetype, right? And it does not scale. So we did not get the material reserve. Oof. That was my main Diablo 3, yeah. Crusader was also my main on Diablo 3. Well, willpower, but yeah. It either has to be willpower or strength, right? We'll see. I guess it will depend on what the next class they have in mind will be. Right? Because what other class type are you gonna make to scale with strength, you know? If you don't really have anything lined up, it's probably easier to find something to scale with willpower. At least I would guess. Strength monk broken as Baldur's Gate. So Baldur's Gate, it was like you get was it 9 levels in Paladin, 9 in Thor? Was it Sark or is it the Wizard? Like it was one of the casters ones. I can't remember which one. And then you would get 2 points into Barbarian or whatever the class is. I can't remember names. And then you just get the action surge, right? And then you just smite like 6 times in a turn or something stupid like that. That was the game. Like you just blow up, just send a tactical nuke of smites on someone. They're just done. They don't get to play.
Quite the challenge, eh?
Ah. Do them. Where the this this is not even the way out. It's the treasure room. Where do I even go? I'm literally lost. Somewhere here, I guess. Oh, a chest. That you need to be... You need literally eagle eyes to be able to spot this chest sometimes. At least the only way I noticed that was because, that looks like a weird, like, small... it's not mountain, but like, you know, a small thing of earth. Like, no, that does not look natural. And it was a chest. That's the only what... That's the only reason I actually spotted it. Upload site mine, I believe it's still not working. So the Forgotten Wisdom, I don't think it's actually scaling, it's just random. Really hoping Paladin class with a build like Holy Burning Dot and things alike. We'll see. We'll see what they do with actual... Like, they could do a Paladin, but it could be a, like, dark and light Paladin. It doesn't necessarily need to be a light Paladin, you know? There were a lot of people that were speculating, especially in the start of the game, that it was gonna be a Paladin serving the Triad. aka it would be a Dark Paladin.
Would it have made it without you?
So I don't think escalating dungeons... Damn, my voice is suffering today. I don't think escalating dungeons are gonna be the way, because they just don't keep the modifier for the mats, right? It's not like they inherently give you more of the site anyway. That could be a thing actually, but...
Oh, bless you.
Is 10k HP too low for T3? No, that's probably good. Just got one tap doing 45. I mean, that's more likely due to armor and resists, if I have to guess. Like 10k is fine. I got 18k, and this is the shout act. No, actually without the shout active. And this is 260 Paragon with the gear pretty much min-maxed, right? I could get an additional GA life here and here, but that's about it, right? So 10k is more than good enough for T3. I was doing T3 with like 2k HP. Again, I don't play hardcore, so I didn't really care if I died, but... We're in God with God. How come you use T-Bolts over Arya? Right now, T-Bolt is just more damage. With the update, I'm considering swapping to Kota. I was talking about this earlier on the stream. Because the update makes it so you get a gem, this one here, that gives you attack speed, and what you do is swap this one. It's now... Okay, what the update did, sorry, is it transferred from this being a cap 1, so the same attack speed you'd get, for example, from Fist of Fate, right? It now swaps it to being cap 2, which is the ones you get from, for example, Rupture, right? That second passive on Rupture. Which means I could remove Accelerating from the build and put another aspect in. Accelerating is also cap 2. You just remove this, you would put the Call of the Ancients, you just swap this rune, this attack speed one, you swap it for the cooldown one. You put Arias Bearings, which takes care of the Call of the Ancients cooldown, also takes care of resist, which means you can get attack movement speed here, you can get random additive here, or even crit if you do want to do something else crazy, right? And that could potentially be the way, and you get 2 additional aspects into the build. Okay, I went back, whatever. I was thinking. You should not be more tanky with Ariats. Ariats will make you less tanky, actually. Assuming you can cap your resist elsewhere, you get the same amount of life, but you don't get this 30% damage reduction, right? So Ariats will in fact make you less tanky, but it should potentially be more damage. Potentially. Why is there a thing over there? I'll have to actually test it after the stream. Latest build with Mighty's Road top of the pit leaderboards? Yes. And that's a cancer to play. You just stand there, 12 seconds waiting for their unique, the gloves, right? They have. You just wait there for 12 seconds, pop everything, then you just stand there waiting again. It's not fun at all to play, and for general content, it's bad. For lack of a better word, it is, right? But for pit pushing, it is what it is. Like builds that are good for pit pushing, normally, without some changes, are not good for general content. This season, it's actually like lunging is actually quite good for general content, even if you don't swap anything. That's more an exception than the rule. But for example, that Mighty Throw build, it would be asked to play that with outside of the pit. It's probably already asked to play it in the pit, but you know. If it's more damage, people will play it. You think Otta can be meta with the new buff? No. The new buff will make it really strong. I mean, much stronger while leveling. It will give it maybe 2-3 pit tiers at best, right? Because that was on Otta, it was what, 60-ish% buff? Was it 50-60? Right? That is literally just a couple of pit tiers, 2 or 3, like not more than that. I don't even think it's 3, but you know, close. Like what they actually need to do for the core skills, they need to actually buff the modifiers that give core skills damage, be it aspects, be it the key passive, for example. This one was nerfed so much. Remember, last stream, the campfire stream, they told us they wanted to make the key passives be somewhere around the 70 to 75% mark. The only one doing that is Gushing Wound, which doesn't really matter because Bleed is not really that strong except for Flay, apparently. This one is not necessarily a multiplier, so it doesn't really go into that situation. The other ones we have a 45%, a 15 times 15 times 15, a bit more than 45, but whatever. And this one, which is not even a 35%. Right? This one is not even 35 because it's 35 on top of a 25%. It's a 60, right? But you have to remember that Berserking already gives you 25%. So this is bumping Berserking up from 25 to 60. So 35%, but again, since you already add some Berserking damage already, it's not actually 35. It's a bit less. So they need to buff for key passives, basically. They need to buff this one because look at this. You're making your skills cost 2 times more, which makes things really hard sometimes. And you're just getting a 45% increase. Well, right? And there's, for example, let me actually show another aspect here. What is the name of this aspect? Core skill. Yeah, for example, this one. Aspect of the Expectant. You have to cast a basic skill at the very least. By the way, and this does not scale. You cannot put this on 200. So this is 30% no matter what piece of gear you use. And for this to actually give you the damage, you need to cast a basic skill 3 times. at the very least 3 times to get the max buff. So you need to cast the basic skill 3 times for then to get a proc on one of your core skills, with the exception of Whirlwind, of course, because it's a channeling skill, to get your core skill to do 30% more damage. Why do that when you can just run, for example, Vehement, which is the 30% already by just having your ultimate active, which you want to have anyway, which is already at 30%, that can scale up to 60% on a two-handed. Or Aspect of the Earthquakes, because you get 60% or 120 by just having a random Earthquake on your build. Why the hell would you ever use that aspect, for example, right? This is what I mean. A lot of the aspects that are inherent to core skills are just bad. You would never want to use this unless you have no other option. Back when the game started, this was good. But it no longer is. It has not been good for like 5-6 seasons. I have not used this in a single build ever since like Season 2. You know, this is one of the problems. All of these aspects need to be looked at and reworked a bit. Limitless Rage was changed, I believe, and it's decent. Limitless Rage is decent, and it does scale having it on a two-handed, right? On a two-handed, it goes up to a 90% multiplier. That's decent. Because each point of fury you generate, you can do that at once, right? You can just, depending on the build you have, you can generate the enough, like you just have to generate what? 15% fury on top of your maximum to proc it fully. That's easy, right? This other one is not really that easy. And the payoff is not as good. They're just, like, the aspects are just not, they still haven't, you know, caught up with a bunch of them. About the people, though, yes, it's basically the same amount Kota has, with the exception of, I believe, Rend. Every core skill got like a 2 to 3 pit buff, but that's about it. Like, it's nice, and to be fair, they kinda needed that because they weren't that great for leveling, so they will be stronger for leveling. That's the biggest part there. But yeah, when it comes to pit pushing, it doesn't change much. Because, like, leveling, it's kind of a linear scaling, right? You're going from normal to hard to whatever and penitent. It's kind of linear. When you start getting to pit scaling, it's exponential. So having 10%, like, just for context, having like 10-15% more damage is not enough for you to get an extra pit tier. Right? It's not enough. So giving us a 60% buff or a 70% buff on the skills ends up only being 2 or 3 tiers. Because pit scaling is that rough. Well, that's why I say, like, while leveling, that buff, that 60% buff, is gonna be really great. Because it's linear. That 60% buff will probably make the skill be able to do a whole tier higher, or maybe even 2 tiers higher, potentially. Which is gonna be great for leveling, because right now, leveling on Barb is you struggle till you drop Money Tech Run, and then you're fine. That's leveling on Barb. Right? That might make it a bit better, which is good. It might give you another option besides Money Tech. Or on top of Money Tech at the very least. Like right now, leveling Barb without the expansion is just a pain. For example, right? Which is really bad. Like, I don't mind having 1 or 2 runes. Like 1 or 2 builds that need a rune to work. It just ends up, you know, panning out that way sometimes. But when the whole leveling of a class is dependent on a rune, that some people do not have access to, that's not ideal. Barb has been in that situation for the last couple of seasons. Dun, dun, dun.
It is done.
I think it's actually a bit... Oh, I don't have space. I think the music on Twitch side might be a bit loud. Let's actually... Okay, should be better. Down, down, down. Nada. Let's actually get my cash. Big amulet incoming. On that boat for so long, yeah. Basically, ever since, what, season 6 or 7? Even before that, like that, having the rune just made it easier. But it was always a pain. Like, the only other thing that I found was really strong while leveling was the... this aspect. And this was while... Overpower was strong, right, as well? It was the aspect of blood something. Blood boiling aspect. This one was really strong for leveling. But it was also because overpowers were also doing damage, part of it. This is still really strong for leveling if you want to. But it's not as strong because going for overpower, building for overpower is no longer as good. It used to be a lot better. I honestly did not like the nerf they did to overpower. Let's actually go kill the maiden here real quick. Because it just completely gutted a lot of our skills. Like, a lot of the Barb arsenal, with the exception of like Bleed and Whirlwind, was overpower damage. And the problematic... And look at this, ever since season 6, when they did the rework, right? With not this, even the season, the expansion, right? What overpower build has been strong on Barb? The only actual strong overpower build on Barb has been Mighty Throw. And that's not necessarily because we are strong with overpower, it was just Mighty Throw that was broken and being able to snapshot 6 different buffs, right? It was the Mighty Throw issue, necessarily. And ever since, we've just been playing, what? Dust Devils. We've been playing Earthquakes. That was our strongest builds. It was not overpowers. And the class that, you know, it's built around overpower damage got indirectly nerfed because Sox and Rogues were, for some reason, having really strong overpower builds, even though their classes should not play around overpower. You know? Like, overpower did need a nerf, by the way. It did need a nerf, it was just not removing the scaling altogether, right? That was not ideal. It needed a nerf because it got accidentally buffed on Season 6. Because our HP values got... For those that don't know, what happened was that overpower basically scales with the percentage difference between the life you have and your original life. And what happened on Season 6 was that you were given... Your original life became super low, and all of the rest of the life modifiers were moved to your like gear, like your weapon, your pants, whatever, right? It was moved... all of that was moved to the gear, which means you're getting a lot more additive gear on top of your initial life. So instead of being like you have 200% life from gear and 100% from your base life, which should be you know, a 2 times different, which should be a 3 times multiplier for the overpower, right? It ended up being like 100 to like 1000, which means it ended up being a 11 times multiplier. It's actually more than that. I'm just giving you rough numbers so it's easier to comprehend. That was the problem. So if they just nerfed it by like what they did in PTR from being 100 to 20%, that would be a 5 times nerf. That would be more than good enough, potentially. Maybe a bit more, maybe a bit less, whatever. Removing it altogether, it was just kind of, you know, instead of, you know, trying to go there and theoretically, whatever the word, right? You know, solve the problem, they just threw a hammer at it and, like, you know, just bring what's it called? The ones that are like to destroy walls. Whatever, I'm forgetting the name. It's just a massive hammer to it, you know, instead of taking it, you know, theoretically. Like, I can't speak English today, whatever. They just kind of completely, you know, nuked it. So if you're a class that did rely a lot on overpower, well, you know, fuck you, I guess. What's up, Nuno Rocha? How are you doing? I do be Portuguese, so yes. I am a Portuguese playing this game.
Excellent fight.
Double swing the stable, so sad it no longer is a thing anymore. I mean, the problem with the stables is kind of... it's basically the same situation we have with Overpower, right? Earthquake was strong. What do? We nerf stuff that buff Earthquake, even if it indirectly nerfs other builds, right? They got the heavy hitter. Not only did they nerf it, they made it unavailable to get on weapons. What did that achieve? It nerfed Earthquake builds. It did. Earthquake builds are no longer strong. It also nerfed the stables. It also nerfed ultimate builds, right? While, for example, things like this still exist. This aspect is busted. There's no reason I'm running a build that does not want earthquakes for anything else, but I need to run an earthquake because this aspect is just too good. And by the way, for earthquakes themselves, this is a 120 on top of a 120. That's a 4.8 times multiplier from a single aspect. For context, most aspects on a 200 weapon end up being a 1.6 to a 2 times multiplier. For example, Grandfather is a 2 times multiplier. A Mythic. This aspect single-handedly is better. 4.8 for Earthquakes, and for normal builds is a 2.2. Assuming you can run an Earthquake on the build. Just like this, for example, this aspect is the Earthquake thing that should be nerfed. Heavy Hitter potentially could get a bit of a nerf, but like removing it from the weapons, it just means Dust Devils and the ultimates get hit, even though they were not the problem, you know? And for example, the minions double dipping on the Heavy Hitter, well, fix that, you know? That's probably not intended. Fix it. Like, well, what's that English expression? Bring out the baby with the bathwater kind of deal? Oh wait, dodged. I was not supposed to dodge. Oopsie. Like, they are solving the problems, it's just not in the most elegant way, and it's just, you know, making new problems down the line. Because now they'll need to somehow buff Dust Devils and ultimate builds again. You know? We still have our ultimate that I completely forgot the name of, because we never used this. Iron Maelstrom. It's literally almost in every Barbarian trailer they make. The guy is using the Iron Maelstrom. Even though no one uses it, because it's bad. It's an ultimate about... completely about doing damage when ultimates don't do damage. At least ours. Nerf the Navigator, nerf the potential of that build as well, for example, right? I believe in Season 7 there was also the Blood Wave that was scaling like really high with the rank 5. So instead of nerfing the scaling of Blood Wave specifically, right, with whatever stat they scale it with, they just put a cap on every single ultimate of 200. Why not address the problem itself?
Over here, help!
Like, it just... We're solving the problem, but we're just kind of nerfing other builds incidentally when it's not needed. Honestly, I'm not necessarily a fan of caps on stuff. It's an easy way to solve problems. But the ideal way is to make it so you have different options, right? Instead of putting a cap, just make more things. Because then you can't just scale that one thing, right? You want to scale this, you want to scale this other one, and it makes build choices interesting, right? Because you're having to battle 4 choices. You can't have it all. You have to choose what do you want. And that's interesting, right? Like, at least for me, someone that likes to make builds, having something be cookie cutter, which a lot of it is. Like, for example, on Barb, what boards do you take on the Paragon, right? Let's have a look. Okay. I assure you, if you go to any Barbarian build right now, they have Blood Rage, 100% on every single board, on every single Paragon board, there's Blood Rage. Almost for sure, you're also going to see Decimator. Why the hell not? And more than likely, you're also going to see Weapons Master. The third one changes. The fourth one changes. But these 3, those 3 are almost on every bar build. Because they are just good. They're just generally good. Dude, can we stop? The dungeon ended. Jesus. Let me talk. What do you think the potential for pit pushing with the build you are playing at the moment? I likely will be able to hit 100. How higher than that? I'm not 100% sure. Because it's a lucky hit build. I've not played like... There's a lot of things that are not easy to calculate as well, right? For example, I don't know the lucky hit of the Ancients or the Wolves. I just know they proc my lucky hit. And field testing it was more damage.
Greetings.
So it's a bit hard to actually precisely tell you how good it's gonna be. Yeah, build variety with increase. Yeah, that's the idea, right? It's not just build variety, it's just how you build a build, right? You can have, like, if you build an Earthquake build, most of them look exactly the same, and it's not because people are copying from each other, although some might. It's just because there's objectively a good way to go about it. There's like 5% that you can change that it's a bit to, you know, your flavor, but for the most part, there's a correct way to go about it for the 95%. And that's just how it is. What's up, Remy? I'm doing great. Besides the fact that I pulled my back yesterday, I can barely move. I just have to sit down and stay still. By the way, I'm a zoomer. I should not be worrying about this. I think I'm joining the old guard now. It's fine. This is the time. This is the time in your life that you're like, oh, I guess. Nah, I probably just haven't been stretching enough lately, I guess. But yeah, as long as I don't move, I'm great. You know? What do I need to do to jump to T4 and solo things? I'm currently unlocked T4, but then I think the gap is huge. Just get uniques. On T3, just farm uniques. That's normally what you do, right? You just go up to T2, T3, farm your nicks, go for a build. You can go for the lunging strike builds. Not this one. This one is a bit harder to gear. Go for the lunging strike build. You just need to get a couple of uniques going, and they'll be more than strong enough to get to T4. The only problem you're gonna have is that you might die, because it's really hard to cap resists and armor going on to T4. It is what it is. You're just gonna have to die a bit. If you're playing hardcore, well, don't go up to T4 super early until you can cap your stuff. Oh, your Sork. Sork should be easy. Sork is quite... Just play Hydra. Literally just play Hydra. As far as I know, that's just broken, right? Just farm T2 or T3 for the nicks you need. Once you get that amulet on the Hydra is insane. It's a good amulet without the effect. And the effect is a, what, 1000 and something multiplier? Like, you just need to get your uniques for the build, and Hydra will carry you all the way. Is it warm in Portugal? Somewhat. It's not too warm. I mean, Portugal is a warm country, right? Like, at least when it comes to Europe. Can you use Godslayer Helmet for the Lunging Strike build? You can. It's not ideal, but you can. Do you have an updated build guide for this Whirlwind build? Yes, if you actually type !mark builds, the build I'm running right now, it's updated. I might have to update it with the patch, but it's not that big of a deal. It's just basically the masterworks on the ring will change, and I might swap 2 aspects in, and I might swap the pants I'm using. Instead of T-Bolts, I might go to Ariat's Bearings. But like, it's not that big of a deal. This build is already... It's mostly updated. Oh god, I'm distracted. I need to go fast. Oh, wait, what? Oh, that's why I'm failing. I didn't complete that thing back there. Oh, that might come to bite my ass. I don't think I can get there in time. This will not be enough, right? Yeah, whatever. I didn't notice I left that one not being done. Like, most of my bar builds, my program is almost the same, yeah. That's what I mean, like, instead of removing the scaling that for Berserk Ripping, keep it there. You need to get Berserking damage on your gear. And because, like, what that means is that you also have some, like, you just don't make every build. Like, if you go look at how many uniques I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you go to the lunging build, you have 6 units. Right? Having stuff like that makes you have to think, like, how do I make this? Do I even want to reach do I even want to, you know, get that much berserking? Maybe not. Maybe I want to get a bit more close damage, because that actually increases this other multiplier, for example, for the Earthquake build, right? Things like that are interesting. What's the best way to get Ramalazni's Magnum Opus? It's to actually either farm Belial if you can, or and open the Zir box, or just kill Zir. That's how I got mine. I didn't buy mine. Mine was dropped from Zir. From Belial. From opening Zir, I just killed Belial a bunch. I always opened Zir, and eventually I got this. Same for the helmet I'm running, right? There's 3GA, I dropped that as well. I also dropped the pants. I dropped the 4GA Ariat's Bearing that I might use now. We got the Sharp Rascal Ancestral Linux, 62 all stat, Misource, 20%. Ideally, you want GA on the attack speed, I think, on the Sharp Rascal.
You're there. Please help
Nope.
us get out of here.
Nope. Wait. Is this the event? Yes. Okay, no. Wait, where the... Okay, there's one here. Where's the other one? What? Are they both together? What? Did I just not kill one? I just get distracted while talking and didn't kill one. What? That's for sure that I did. 100%. What's up, Leah? What's the fastest way to get the grandfather? Killing bosses. Just kill bosses 24/7. Okay, if I was a vampire, where would I be? Here. No, maybe there, actually, yeah. I left one alive somewhere. If it's not up here, it's gonna have to be down there. Oh, I guess it's not up here. Let's go down there. God damn it, dude. Or think about swapping around if you update the build. The aspects is not really important. Potentially Dust Devils for sure, then potentially Elements, which is not ideal, but it's the only one we got. Okay, where the hell is the vampire? There's also the possibility that is spawned outside, you know? Okay, it's not either up or down. Oh, it's I was reading the YouTube chat, it was you on both sides. Yeah, the grandfather is just killing a bunch of bosses. Belial gives you the best chance. You can also, like, if you have the shards, not the shards, what are they called again? The sparks, you can try and craft it with runes for it to be guaranteed. Good. Where the hell is the vampire? It's not in there. Okay, this dungeon is bugged. Cool. Okay, maybe I'm not blind. Maybe the dungeon is just... Because I can't open this, right? Okay. We don't get to complete the dungeon. You know, it is what it is. I can't even open that. I need to go out. It's an instance how OP can help. Build link it as Paragon 300. Could you show how you have your Paragon to take a screenshot? You can... Oh yeah, let me show you this. Ta-da. Yeah, it's about... Okay. Let's actually go here. Whirlwind. Alright. This is showing on stream, right? Wait, not? Second. What's it? Oh. There we go. Yeah. Make this full. If you go here to the Paragon, you have this scroll here. You can go back and forth. This is where I'm at right now, the 265. You don't even need this. I might take this away from the build. This is just a waste of points. Or whatever, you can do this. And if you go here to the build variant, like you have down here, you have even more deep down, right? This one you can see 265, a bit like a little less Paragon points, a little less Paragon points. Same for the Ancestral here, right? Kind of where the other one dropped off, 233, 225, 216. Same, and same for the other one. Let me close that. Thanks from Mexico, hey, no problem. Yeah, I personally like the one on the Paragon board. All the builds on Max Roll have that. You have 4 different stages of the Paragon board. Down below on the build variants, I have it, but it's Some builds have it, some builds don't. That even more deep down, because that takes time. And, you know, for me, I'm only updating 2 builds. It's easy. For people that are updating like 5 builds, you know, it's a bit more complicated to do that for all builds. Oh, one Daryl. Okay. I'm actually not running the... I'm actually not running this. It's actually not needed. I need to remove it from the... I need to remove it from the guide. It's just a waste of points. You can use those points. Even if you just use them on Shrine, it would just be better. Get him, boys. I can't kill there. Nice. Get him. Oh, okay. Guess not. Oh. I can't get close. Dude, with lunging, that's so dangerous. You start lunging, you accidentally click on her, you just dash through the fire, and you die. Get him, boys. Wait, where are they? Wait, can the Ancients no longer proc like a hit? What's going on here? Oh yeah, they are proccing. Oh, what happened there? Okay, that's... Huh. Can the Ancients only proc like a hit if I'm close? That's actually interesting. Because they were not proccing like a hit until I got close. That's interesting. Like, the chance is not too big, I don't think, but like, it's bigger than that.
It is done.
Another cash. Easy.
Use it well.
Actually, oh, Legion event. Let's actually see if they actually... What they actually give us. Because supposedly those were buffed. These were buffed, right? Supposedly. Let's see if I can get there in time. It's actually faster to get off the mount and let it get some of the charges back, and then we go back. Okay, I think we're still in time. Okay. This is not like once you're actually playing with other people. I need to put like the the shout aspect and stuff like that, because it's really hard to generate fury when you can't actually hit stuff. You know? Actually, what I need to do is put fury on kill. I don't have fury on kill because this is gear for pit pushing, right? But probably should get it. It doesn't matter if you're playing solo, but if you're playing in a group, you're not gonna get fury. If you're playing solo, it's fine. Yeah, like the ancients give you fury, right? But if the ancients themselves cannot hit anything, you're kind of screwed. 54, 60 Forgotten Souls, and however many we got from this one. Okay, it's not too bad. It's actually not bad, and you can do this in like a minute and a half or something, right? I'm just going there, quickly killing the Maiden and getting out. For the Whisper. The Whispers give you, like, just completing the Whispers is like 40 to 50 Forgotten Souls on the box. Pretty nice. Wait, there's... Oh, it's actually... Okay, it's actually probably worth to do this zone. Because right now there's Whispers for both Helltide and from, like, normal Whispers. Get double Whispers. It's probably worth it, actually. Bum, 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 bum. Probably just could get Piran kill on the ring. Or the boots. No, boots actually is not Piran kill, boots is Fury Gen. Which should maybe work as well. I don't know. But yeah.
It is done.
I'm just gonna take the mats. Seems like the one from the tree is always chaos, basically.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Okay. How long are this? Oh, this one's only lasts for a bit. Let's be quick about it then. I want to do this one. We got amulets over here. Not gonna be able to take advantage of that. I'll do that, and then I want to go do this. Okay, actually, that's fine. Let's go do this first. Goblin. Goblin. Nope. Maybe I can do that as well before it goes away. If it's up, if it's not, okay, it is up. This is not the fast event. Maybe? Wait, is this one fast? I can't remember. Might be. No. Some of these ones with the elites, you can just one-shot, like, if you have enough damage, you just one-shot them and you completely skip the event. This one doesn't seem to be that kind of thing, but... Oh, yeah, you can't even skip this one. You just have to do the whole 1 minute and 30. Alright. Sure. Lunging has screwed you so much? Why? And did you dash through a flame? I've killed myself so many times on Daryl with that. I'm just dashing onto her, and she, like, just jumped back. And I dashed to the flame and I died instantly. One of the times I actually survived somehow. I'm not sure how, but I did. So, you know, there, it's possible. Siskura, welcome to the stream. Thanks for the follow.
Quite the challenge,
Nunvasha, thanks for the follow as well. You've already been here. But thanks for the follow. Amulets. Do I care about this? No. Just gonna go on this one. Oh! Oh, it's up here. Just gonna... Can we not? Let's go over there, kill the maiden, get more whispers. I just did the ones here because they're on top of the ones for the health tide, so I just kinda did both of them together. The normal ones I just skipped. I'm just go kill the maiden. It's easy, 5. Like, it takes like half a minute or maybe a minute to do. If people are already doing it. Wait. Huh? Wait, where's the pedestal thing? Does it just... Wait, what? Does it just not exist? It's not over here. Let me look down there. Wait, what? I don't remember where it's supposed to be, so... Cool. Okay, I guess we don't do this one. I'm just gonna collect a bit more of the cinders, whatever. Open that chest and be out of here, because we can't do the maiden here. I don't know, just not there. I'm not gonna collect enough for the amulet. Dude, I'm only missing one, come on. Dude. Literally? Okay, good. Hey, to Japan. Worth it? Nope. And I just play Soul Generating Fury constantly in a group. It's annoying. Yeah. That's the problem with a lot of bar builds, and there's no easy fix besides, you know, not playing in a group. Like the only fix you do have is Fury on kill. You can get there, and as long as you get like a supporting hit on the enemy, it'll be fine. But yeah, there's not a lot you can do about it, sadly. Don't you? Oh, okay. Like, for example, on these builds, since I rely on applying bleed to the enemies, when I'm playing in groups, I just don't have a lot of cooldowns. Either I hit a big rupture or I'm done, right? The evade one is probably better, but I want to be able to evade, you know? I didn't even touch it. The boys just took care of it. Cool. There we go. We got a structure up there. Let's just go all the way around. We'll get back to it anyway. to GA. Really good. Dude, it's the third time this season I get it to GA Amulet with Strength and Life. The third time. Probably good for hardcore, but... What? Dude, this fires do so much damage. Oh, this is a problem. Need to start killing more boss. That's why I go do the whispers. Oh, we're doing domain tunnels.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Have you seen any difference since the patch? I mean, for the build, no. Are you talking about the drop, like the drop of what? Are you talking about like the dungeons? The dungeons got tough. The resource one is a lot more rewarding, for example.
Bless you. Bless you.
GA strength counter offensive so early, and this season I can get anything. Yeah, last season I got the GA Pit Fighter. Double GA strength Pit Fighter as well. Quite early, like on the second or third day. This season I did get the strength GA with heavy-handed GA. Sadly this season I don't run any build that uses it. So I did sell for a lot, so I was able to buy my Feats of Fate and a couple of other stuff because of that. The buff to Barb? No. The buff to Barb just makes core skills a lot stronger for leveling. And gives them like 2 to 3 pit tiers. Like on the end game. That's it. It doesn't really make that big of a difference. Okay, if I'm not mistaken... Okay, I'm actually... Okay, it's probably this way. Get the stone. I guess not. Yeah, this is active. Like, this build itself, for example, doesn't matter the buff at all, right? Because we're not doing damage theoretically. Whatever. With Whirlwind. Right? We're proccing the lucky hit with Whirlwind. Because it was just stronger than pure Whirlwind, so yeah. It still plays much the same way, but it's the same with Earthquakes, right? It's just stronger than pure Whirlwind. Pure Whirlwind can probably do like pit 90 this season. If you actually have good gear. But it's a lot more reliant on mythics and stuff like that. Okay, Shiverance. This dungeon can be a bit confusing, but if you actually are, you know, used to it, it's kind of linear. believe now you go down, you go round. Actually, no. This time around is actually not going down. Or maybe it still is going down, maybe? Oh no, actually it's not. Wow. Okay, I think this layout is actually slightly different because of the event right there. Should be straightforward now. Okay, now it's when you go down, alright. I see. No, what? Oh, okay. See what I mean? That this dungeon can be a bit... Like, if you actually know the path, you'll take it correctly, but if you don't, you waste a bit of time. Normally, there's a way down. After this, you go down and then you go all the way up. But because there was an event there, it completely swapped the layout. So you actually have... Ooh, yes, you actually have to go this way. Don't want to do the event here. Why not? This is actually a really good event because the enemies just spawn here, right? The chest is in a corner. If you had a build like the Earthquakes last season, you could just stand here and infinitely farm this. With this build, we can farm it, just not as good. I think I got the PM for a trade.
Impressive. Unfortunately.
And now we go left. Okay. It's actually, I don't think it actually makes a difference which side you go on this part. They should all connect up. You do get an extra leaf back if you go this way, but yeah, they all connect up back here, and then you go to the boss. There. Normally you would go this way and connect back here, and then you skip this whole area. But because of the event, you end up in a different place. To be what it to be. Water. Just hold head down. Yeah. It's really great if you have skills like with the Dust Devils and Earthquakes. It just clears so much. You get like, it's actually really worth it to do with Earthquakes. With other builds, I'm not sure if it is worth it or not yet. Probably not. Would anyone even buy this? Probably not. Actually, I need to go kill a bunch of Belials, actually. Because I need to get the... what are they called again? I keep forgetting their name. You give me a second, I need to deal with this boy. Yeah. I need to get some spark. So like, I'm basically spending all the money I get from selling uniques and stuff like that and buying just a bunch of runes. I just don't have the sparks to actually craft more uniques. Because I wanted to get at least the 2GA Starless and the 2GA Grandfather and masterwork those. Where do I buy runes? I just do it on the Diablo.trade. You can trade, like, can trade people there. Or you can try to use the trade chat, but trade chat is a bit slower. Normally I do both. Like, if I'm not streaming, I just put the... While I'm looking at the trade chat, I just type want to buy certain runes for whatever gold I'm offering. And I get a couple of whispers. So... That's the way to go about it as well. Wait, do I have the XP buff? I don't have an XP buff. Wait a second.
Hello.
Greetings.
Yeah, no worries. Oh, zoomed in. Nice. Surely the XP shrine... Okay, I'm gonna go back there. Like, knowing my luck, the XP shrine is gonna be right there. And then I'm gonna have to walk all the way back from the end of the dungeon to get it. But now that I'm checking it, it magically teleported to the other side of the dungeon, see? But if I hadn't checked it, it would be here. You know? That's how it works. We also get the free erotic strong room. Lovely. Ooh, this one is so good. Ooh, we got really good ones. AK 2 white ones and the only legendary that's actually good.
Impressive. Unfortunately.
Is it safe to log in with the Blizzard account? You're not logging in with the Blizzard account. You log into Battle.net, and then what the site does is it pings Battle.net and asks if those things are correct. So yeah, it's like, it's not about being safe or not. Like, it's safe because it's Battle.net, you know. You don't actually give the... Like, you don't actually give your password or anything like that to the site itself, you know. Like, if any site ever asks you that, don't. But what sites normally do is that log in with Battle.net, and then they direct you to the Battle.net, you log in on Battle.net, and then they ask Battle.net, is this guy cool? And they're like, yeah, this guy's cool, and then, you know, Normally they give them your battle net, and normally that's it. Sometimes they give the battle net and the profile picture you use, like Sylvanas or whatever one, the one you have selected, right? This to say, yes, there's no problem there. Oh, gems, alright. I'm not necessarily gonna look out for the...
Couldn't have made it without
Oh, didn't we just have a... Wait, didn't we just have a Hard Frost, like, demise dungeon? That went into a Doomheim Tunnels dungeon? I swear. Imagine if it's actually... the dungeon you get after is actually not random, but it's already pre-selected. That'll be fun, eh?
You saved my life.
I'm sorry, but I will have to steal that explanation. Sure. I mean, if it makes people understand it better. Like, it's a bit more complicated than that, right? And honestly, I don't understand all the small details, but at the end of the day, you're not giving your password or anything to the site itself. It's the same thing when people ask you to log in with Google or something like that. There's a lot of services that you just log in with Google, right? You're not giving them your password or anything like that. They just get access to, in that case, what email you use, the name you use on that email, and the profile picture, right? It's basically just a faster way to do it than creating an account on the site. And for example, if anything on the site leaks, like let's say you're logging in with Google, I don't know, on Amazon. I don't think that works, but whatever, let's call it that way. And for some reason, the Amazon database has a leak and it leaks all the passwords. Well, you didn't have a password to begin that. It only had a token. And that token cannot be used outside of the Amazon anyway. So, like, your original account is safe, basically, because of that. Like, the Amazon itself is still compromised because they get your token, right? But they don't get the password. So, for example, if you use similar passwords, they cannot use that password to try and crack into, for example, your Google account because there's no password to be had. Yeah, where's my music? Oh, that thing worked. That was fun explanation. I'm glad it was fun, I think, I guess. I don't know. I think it's just easier to explain stuff. Because, like, for example, I don't fully understand I understand enough, but like I don't understand it in a technical degree, right? Exactly how everything goes behind it, because, well, I don't make code, right? I don't write code. I would need to understand how to properly write code to understand that part. But, you know, I understand enough to, you know, simplify it, I guess. Okay, that was not... Okay, what I mean is that if you try to explain something to someone using the technical side of things, if they don't have the technical background, they're not gonna understand it. So it's easier for you to try and compare it to other stuff, right? To make a bridge with something that everyone understands, like, I don't know, food or whatever, right? Whatever almost anyone would understand. I work on IT, so I fully understand how it works, but I think how you explain it's really fun and easy to listen for non-technical people. Well, I'm also a non-technical person, so you know. Yeah. I mean, if it helps, right? Al Nemes, I'm not sure what you wrote. I'm not sure if you deleted that or if that was YouTube. This fun analogy, yeah. That's it. That's the word I was looking for. Analogy. Thanks. God did. I keep forgetting words that like ADHD, dude. ADHD brain. I've used that word so many times in my life, but I just couldn't recall it for the life of me. God freaking damn. Analogy. Yeah, analogy. Don't worry, I'll have forgotten it in the next 5 minutes. But we get here gold, we don't care about gold. For the word, but that was in the dungeon, I didn't want to die. You know, that is part of the process, right? That was one of my biggest problems, for example, while taking my degree in biology. Because biology, it's not as bad as like medicine when it comes to knowing the name of stuff, but it's pretty close. And like I could explain I could easily explain on how everything worked, but when they're like, oh, what's the name of this protein? I'm like, the protein that does this. Yeah, but what is its name? And I'm like, yeah, yeah. I just couldn't for the life of me remember the name of anything. It's still the same. I just suck with names. Like, like just. Wait, what the hell is this? Dude, this has to be one of the Nahantu dungeons, right? This is just long as hell. Yeah, that was a treasure room. Maybe I could have opened it. Oh well. So many words to access in a given time. Exactly. Yeah. I put all my skill points into analyzing, you know, and problem solving, and I didn't put any points into like memory, you know. So that's, that's the problem.
We have only a short time together. Let's savor it while it lasts. How sweet the pain of destruction.
Choose your helmet. Doesn't matter.
Until next time.
Well, they do that. Are you good? Not really. Actually, it doesn't really matter what the... I guess the starting one matters a bit, but it's not like it's gonna get scaled up, so... It's not like it's gonna transfer to other ones, right? I'm not sure if I even wanna... Probably, yeah, probably not worth saving, whatever.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. My magics await your return.
Gamble! I'm not sure if it's better to gamble on pants or amulets. I'm just gonna go for pants.
Hello, shining Vasily's ghost. I had that in my bag.
I think like with amulets you can hit the big jackpot, but that's about it. With pants you can hit small amounts of gold, you know? If you get like GA lunging, GA bash, or if you get GA resist, for example. Oh, for example, this one is perfect. GA flay with max resists. This one for a flay build is probably really good. Alright. You just roll the life per second to strength and you're good to go. That's probably like a 5 billion, 10 billion pence. Actually a bit more because it's max roll on resist. So probably like 10 billion pence. It just depends on how many people are playing flay. Okay, can I... Okay, we need to do this horde kinda fast. We got 15 minutes. What bit can I do with Whirlwind? With this build, with Lucky Hit, I've been able to do 95 already, with like, in less than 10 minutes. I've since gotten a new amulet, that's a lot better. I've since gotten a new pair of pants and a lot more masterworks done. So, we'll likely be able to do 100. I'm not sure how much more, like, more than that we're gonna be able to do. But we'll see. Oh, the counter is not bugged. We've been playing around for like 2 hours already or something, and the counter is not bugged. Did they finally fix it? Question mark? Maybe. Ooh, it's not a horde. This one is not good to take until you actually get the Albarn one. Ooh, summon Albarn. Okay, this is a good start. Other. That's a big one. Like, getting a bunch of butchers, like the burning one on Hell Tides for free. Like, it's 75 per, so even if you just get one, that's a massive boost already. Hopefully, you know, you get more. Alright. Is Mighty Troll the vet pit pusher? I guess? Like, that's not realistically a build that anyone would play. Like, that build is even worse to play than Mighty Troll was when it was good. And it used like 6 snapshots back then. You just run around for 12 seconds doing nothing, and then you throw your Mighty Throw, and then you do that all over again. But like before you throw the Mighty Throw, you have to do like a small ritual, you know? To actually increase its damage. It's not fun to play. I have not looked at the gear. I didn't notice if they actually showed gear at the end or not. But like, lunging does basically the same. It's much easier for you to gear, and it's much easier for you to play. You got a 4J Gauntless with almost perfect pass? Yeah. I mean, you know, for sure, like, not bunking, like, what's the word? Whatever, jump in on that and make some gold, but like, I wouldn't recommend playing the build. Because like, it just, you can get the same done with lunging and it's just much better to play, basically, right? But if people are buying it, might as well, you know? I'm forgetting the word. Like, take advantage of that. There's like a smaller word for that. Well, whatever. Yeah, but take advantage of that, basically. Coaching, let's go. It's a pain in the ass to play. I was thinking maybe I'd try it, but then you convinced me not. I mean, there's no harm in trying it out, but like, you know, just right, another butcher. Actually not getting a lot of Hellborn stuff, so we're just being carried because we got that butcher and this one again. Because the Hellborns themselves are not giving a lot. I still haven't seen the random event where you get a bunch of goblins ever, I don't think. Oh, I don't have incense. Whoopie. I need to go get it after this run. This wave, I mean. Alright. Let's go get the other, not the other, the juice, the little whiff, you know. It took a while. Oh, I don't even have. Give me a second. Just gonna. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever.
Excellent.
That's not what I meant to do. No. I slept like 12 hours today because of my back, right? And somehow I'm still what's it called? Not snoozing. Yeah, whatever. I still am doing that. Yawning. Yes. Yawning. Got that. A portal in the middle. What's this? Nothing. Be cool if something showed up. Like, imagine that. Just Lilith comes out there and like, oh, wrong portal. Bye bye. They're like, what? I'm just gonna pick this one. That one is too light. I don't think it's gonna pay out. I'm gonna actually get 1000. Wow. I was not expecting getting 1000 on this one. Oh, did I get it in... Actually... Yes, I did it in time. Good, good, good.
It is done.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Quickly do a pit. Can basically speed farm like 80 at the very least right now. We might be able to go up to 85 potentially. We'll see. That's the level down. Yo, for me. Wait, what? Okay, there should be an elite over here, I guess not. Oh. There's a pack over here, I guess.
Impressive. Unfortunately.
Wait, how many? I got 321. You can totally kill a bunch. Actually, I mean, bet. Oh yeah, dude, I came back from the hordes to craft the incenses because I wanted to run the rest of the hordes with the extra XP. I came in, I crafted the incenses, I forgot to use them. What can you do? You know, it is what it is. Ooh, mythic. Precisely what I need. Another shard. Huge, look at this. Remember when that thing was actually good? Ooh. It's actually a max. That's actually not a bad one. I might be able to sell that. Like, it has good resists, it has the max roll on the aspect, so, you know, if people, like, are making minion builds, I guess they would care about ultimate damage, but, you know, it to be what it to be.
Better than starting from nothing.
It is done.
Be a bit chaotic, as always. Did you ring? Huge.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
I've actually seen my first 300 level 300 person, like Paragon 300 the other day. Like yesterday, I think. Like, you're just... My guy's been sitting doing pits the whole season or something. I don't think I ever gotten a character to like 300 on any single season. Like, I just play until like 260 to 270 something. And then I'm just done at that point. I guess I just don't do pits a lot. I mean, I do a lot of pits because pit pushing, but I don't do a lot of farming pits. Unless I already have a whisper there, you know? Get it down, Odore, get it down. Don't I say? What? Oh, we can totally collect the rest of the cinders, huh? Let's go look for that amulet up top. Blows. Get them boys up there. But didn't the Arbinger just fall on top of me? Oh Overjump. Let's go for that chest. We should get enough Cinder in a second. There's another. Okay, we can just go for this one, I guess. Ooh. Cashing in on the event. Oh, dude, I've been killed by this once. Once I was recording, I tapped out to read something on the chat, and then like a bunch of those bombers just spawned in and killed me. That's so fucking that's so fucking evil of them. Like they could just spawn a bunch of enemies, but no, it's like 20 of the bombers, right? It's just fucking hit squad to get you. Fucking damn it. Ooh, fly, that's a good one. Actually, I didn't notice if that was account bound. It's not. Wait, is that the one actually? Maybe not. I have a bunch of them. I need to start lowering the price more aggressively, I guess. I guess there's just not a lot of people playing Fly. Even though it's decent. But... Actually, I think I had a trade. Ooh, that was a bit while ago. Delayed. Okay, another Frost is Mice. Let's see if we get dopamine tunnels after. If it happens 3 times in a row, it's no longer a coincidence. For sure, right? There's no way. Oh yeah, I need to update the build link. I need to remember the leveling. Potentially put the video guys, because some people prefer the video ones. We need to actually look all across the dungeon, so let's get back here. Give me my resources. Whew. Worth it. 300 obsidian, let's go. Oh, missed one here. That's an event. Them, 3 of them back to back there. And another one over here. Let's go. I think they buffed this from 14 to 15 to 15 to 16. Because I don't think I've been getting a lot of 14s. Or at all. From last night's update. The one they rolled back. Yeah, 15 again. Hmm.
Excellent fight.
Dopamine tunnels? Hmm? 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 I guess not. It was just a coincidence. Hmm. Free up to that gold. That's what they should be called now. Just Obsolete Vault. That's what they are. That's the reason you do them anyway. Yes. some of them, especially when you're fighting, blend super well. Not like these ones are giving much of anything, but you know. Ooh, goblin. There's like the butcher nearby. Wait, oh. Wait, what? Oh, it was dropped because I entered on a strong room. Walk of shame. Ooh. Hey, what? Hey. Ah, I'm yawning again a bit. Finding a couple of stuff we left behind, huh? Not the end of the world, I guess. Boop. Yeah. I just do the initial part of this event because it spawns a bunch of elites, and then I just dip. Ooh, hello. There's a goblin. There's likely butcher hiding somewhere, you know? Get him, boys. Nice. Am I full? Yes. Alright. RIP Tomorrowland? Wait, why? What? What is that about?
My hammer sings on your...
I have no idea what Tomorrowland even is. Bad. Oh, that's bad. Is that like a festival or something? I'm assuming with the stage and pyrotechnics. Rip. I mean, to be fair, a lot of festivals and stuff like that are not even hiring pyrotechnical experts. They're just buying a bunch of stuff and then throwing them up. Hopefully no one got hurt, but like... Gotta trade. Maybe? Yes. 10 billion, let's go. Probably should test if this Diablo thing is working, huh? Ooh, it's super fast now. I can't add them because I'm in the middle of this thing. I don't have enough. Let's just try to make it to the end fast. It's not like this has anything good for us. So I can go do my trade. It burned down 2 days before opening, so only employees could have gone hurt. I mean, still. Yeah. Apparently there was a whisper on that dungeon, cool. I mean, a good thing that at least they were testing, right? I'm assuming that hopefully that happened while testing and, you know, they were prepared for that eventuality.
Until next time.
Ooh. Wait, I just got 3,200 double the sight from the boss. What? Oh. Oh, didn't the guy just stab me? What's their name? That's I don't know if that's a good flight one. I'll save it. I'll put it up for like 1, maybe, whatever.
Hammer sings on your return.
You want this one. Nope.
It is
Easy. I need to start buying my runes. Today I was mid-trade and then I realized I was gonna hit the gold cap and I couldn't trade with the guy. And to go buy a bunch of runes.
Greetings. Use it well.
Ying. Alright, that took a while. Any other whisper? No, we go back to the dungeons. They yearn for the mines, you know? I wonder if it's more efficient just to do nightmare dungeons,
More
potentially?
than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? See some steel you need? Use it well.
I don't think I care about that. Oh, the XP buff is actually running out. Let's run this one. Listen, panicar. Free strong room. Oh, this is gonna be a pain. I'm gonna have to go look around all the place for the shrine, the XP one. I need to mark the ring as sold, actually. There we go. Please. Yes. Listen, panicar. Ah. That's my trade, by the way. Probably the guy's just saying something. Or maybe I got another trade. I got that. XP is gonna be up here, right? Surely. It's gonna be up there and I'm gonna have to walk all the way back. Where's my other side? What? I got a feeling we have to go the other way, huh? Maybe. Am I not getting out any other side on this dungeon? What? I'm not getting any of the sight on this dungeon. Why? What? Yeah, literally none. What? Why? Alright. I want my XP shrine. It's on the top level, isn't it? So this dungeon would be so good to farm up the site if they act, because it has a lot of elites. They just don't drop it. Okay. I got the secret room. Okay, the last place I checked. Alright, let's just open the secret room since you're already here. And then we're just gonna be lined to the end.
Impressive. Unfortunately.
Doesn't even... Yeah, it's giving me 0 of the site, not even the chests. Yeah. Alright. I don't know if this is like a dungeon thing. It could be a dungeon thing. It could be that the escalation just bugged for some reason. I need to actually test the dungeon itself, because I've seen this happen. I thought it was the obsidian modifier, because the last time it happened, it was with the obsidian modifier as well. Of the site mine, right? It might just be that that dungeon specifically does not drop off the site. Yeah, we're getting it now. Of the site mine is not affecting it at all, but you know. The ghost bridge. Wait, was that the relic strong room? That could be good. Let's see. Chest. What for? I won't bother going. Oh, goblin. I think it might be the guy asking why have I not invited him to trade again. Why did the goblin give me 100 of the site? What? Not complaining, but I think that's the first. I have no idea why you can join people while people can join while you're doing the escalation, but it to be what it to be. Wait, what? It's an event. Sorry. Wait, is that actually... Wait, is there... Yeah, that's an event. Okay, I just need to make sure. That event is specifically to dungeons that have the... this guy's here. So where's the guy that I need? So back there, I guess. Okay, just here in the corner. Alright. We're gonna go to town before we kill him, or else we're not gonna be able to pick up anything. Yeah, yeah.
See some steel you need?
Good. Which one was that? Was this one? And again, why are they wasting my time? Like, if you find a better role, just buy it. Don't try to squeeze people up. Like, God. Yeah, look, what I'm thinking is that I might just run the escalation ones, and if the second modifier is not decent, like the second dungeon is not decent, I just don't run it and go next. You know? That was my trade, by the way.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Pepe. Wait, party. You went to the dungeon. It was a buff one, this one, I think. Double check. Yes, it was the right one. UI. You go back. I need to go buy more rooms after stream because we're getting too much gold. I think I'm just gonna, kill a bunch of Belials, just, turn on like some series that I need to watch. Not need, but I want to watch. And then I'm just gonna kill like 4 hours or so of just killing Belial, getting more shards, and then craft a bunch of mythics tomorrow.
You're a saint.
Because we probably, I just need to calculate everything else as well, like to see what seems to do more damage. I'll need to mess around and play a bit with the Call of the Ancients with the not blah, 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 with the Ariat Sparring, and see how it feels to play with, if the Earthquake land on top of you often enough. I'm assuming on pit pushing it might. For like general content it might not, but for pit pushing it should be fine. Is that the better Wrath of Berserker or Call of the Ancients? It depends what you need from it, I guess. Like, Call of the Ancient gives you 30% damage and 20% attack speed. If you can make use of that attack speed, then Call of the Ancients might be better. But Wrath of Berserker, it is more raw damage. So it just depends on if you can make use of that attack speed or not, basically. Also, Wrath of Berserker gives you pull. One of the big things with Wrath of Berserker is that it basically solves any grouping issue that you might have on a build, just easily solves it. Right? If I completed the dungeon, I actually do not know. It's not giving me any objective, so I'm gonna assume I did. Ooh, relic strong room. Ooh, materials, good. That's just Berserker for the pull needed to see how far I can push with it. With it. Yep. Good luck. Like, it would be nice to actually have a good auto clear there. That's not Earthquakes. For a lot of builds, Wrath of Berserker is just better right now. Unless you need, for example, on this build, I'm using Call of the Ancients not only for the damage buff and attack speed, but also because they proc like a hit, right? I think in general, Wrath of Berserker will just start being better right now. Because one of the biggest problems with Wrath of Berserker is that before you could not... It was a bit harder to get it off cooldown before you lost the stacks. And now it's much easier. With the builds we play and stuff like that, right? Just much easier to keep that time on it. Oh. God damn, I'm yelling so much. but Ugly Bastard is bugged, so it's harder to keep Wrath of Berserker up time. Not really. It's mostly the biggest reason it's quite easy to keep the Berserker up time this season. It's because of Rage of Argath. A lot of builds are using Rage of Argath, especially for example lunging, right? Rage of Argath just makes it super easy to keep the uptime. You also have the cooldown jewel that I have right here, right? This cooldown helps a lot. And you also have Stomp. Like it's been a lot of things that have been either reworked or added over time that just make uptime on ultimates much easier. So that's just making Wrath of the Berserker much easier to compete with Call of the Ancients. Has to be the chest. Yeah. But you still got Stomp, for example, right? What you can do if you also have a free slot on the ring, you just gotta get the ring. Like if you don't really need that mass to work there, you just gotta get a ring with the max cooldown roll on Wrath of Berserker, and you just master work that, for example, as well. That will go a long way. But yeah, not in your case, not being able to use the Ugly Bastard is a bit of a pain, but actually, no, you're not playing Earthquakes. Yeah, on Earthquakes it doesn't matter, because they can convert to fire using the fissures. I forgot that Mountain of God is like the implicit that increases after you explode an earthquake, auto deals like 100 times more damage or something like that, right? Nope. Ooh. Another one. Is it good? Just get a bunch of runs. Oh, full. Oh, not you couldn't bleed anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Like Otto can't apply bleed, so you can't really use the Reservoir Gath anyway. Awesome. These are the ones for grandfather. UI.
Thanks.
Yep. Not sure. I don't think that one is good.
Light, show me mercy.
I haven't seen a... I'm actually looking out to see if I get to 14. Because on the patch yesterday, the one they rolled back, you could get a 14. You could get 14 or 15. Now I've gotten a bunch of 16, but I don't think I'm getting 14s. I don't want to go there. I need to fully explore this level. On max roll, get an auto. Is it better for crit on damage instead of max resource? Triple crit on damage. Are you talking about the grandfather? Regardless, I'm not the person to ask because I think that's... Is it bits built? Actually, okay, I can't open the chest, whatever. Better off just going on the max roll Discord and asking there, because I think that's Snail's build? Question mark? I think so. It's not my build, so like I haven't done the calculations for that. I only know for sure on the lunging one. The other ones, I personally didn't calculate it for them, so I still need to calculate for this one. Because getting all master working all damage on this one might end up being better, but that's because this one is only has Rama. Auto is a different scaling, right? Because Auto itself scales.
Good. I found
Let's open the rest of the chest. There should still be like 4 or 5 left, because I haven't opened a lot of them. There's 2 of them right here. Cool. Guess there was only 2 of them. Cool. Fine. Okay. Let's actually go back, scrap a bunch of those, and craft new ones. Hopefully we get the treasure bridge again. That would be cool.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you. Impeccable.
Alright, strong room, materials reserve. Material, strong room. Those are good dungeons as well. Material, strong room. forgot. Okay, this one is already. I'm not running that wisdom.
Bright aura. Brighter soul.
Give me a death. Well, it's gonna be. Dude, I can't wait for Shangri-La Frontier season
I hope whatever's
3,
puts up a good fight.
right? They left such a cliffhanger. I think it's coming out on 2016.
Don't stop.
That's the key I was looking for. Stop by and say thank you for the whirlwind bills. Just started playing again recently, and I've been using it. Hey, I hope you're enjoying it. No problem. If you have any questions, just drop them on the chat. I'm trying to take it to Pit 100 right now, just farming a bunch of materials. Hopefully tomorrow I'll get all the masterwork that's left done. I might be updating it soon, TM, because the patch changed some stuff. It's not like big changes, so don't worry about it. Hope you're having... can't speak. Hope you're having fun with it, though. That's the most important part. Honestly, I'm probably just gonna change the pit pushing. Because for general content, I feel like it's much better to not play with Ariad's bearings. Even though it makes resists easier, it just makes everything else not easy. Yeah. Oscar is about Wrath of Berserker and Call of the Nation both showing up. It's one better than the other at some things. I mean, I only use Wrath of the Berserker on the starter. You can, on the starter, realistically, you can use either or. It doesn't really matter. I just put Wrath of the Berserker because Wrath of the Berserker makes it easier when it comes to berserking uptime, right? That's most of the reason. Then after that, the reason you go for Call of the Ancients is because the Call of the Ancients not only gives you attack speed, right, which you want on this build, like you double dip on attack speed. Attack speed increases the rate that you proc lucky hits, and also scales the lucky hit damage for some odd reason. And not only that, the Call of the Ancients themselves, the boys, right, they can also proc lucky hits. Like, for example, I can throw them out, you see, they're killing stuff. Because they also proc lucky hits. So you're increasing your damage a bit there as well. From what I could test, the Ancient just can do like 5 hits above. Like, the only thing holding the Ancient build, like the Ancient version a bit back, is grouping, which Wrath of Berserker can do a lot better, but they have so much more damage Running Ancients is just so much more damage because they can also proc delegates, right? That it more than pays off. Like 5 bits different is a lot. That's I don't know the new numbers. Last season it was like a 3 times something more damage. This season it's a bit less, but it's probably still around there. It's a lot more damage. Mostly because the attack speed, but especially because of the Ancients being able to proc like hits. That's a big part of it. Right, so before I get Fist of Fate, this Wrath of Berserker even better. Only Torment 1. It mostly comes down to uptime. Like, if you have Berserk uptime, just go Call of the Ancients, basically. If you can easily maintain Berserk uptime with the aspect on the boot, you probably can just go you probably can just go Call of the Ancients. It's like just play whichever one you prefer realistically at that point. Once you start getting the uniques, at that point you should just go Call of the Ancients, because at that point for sure you can maintain the Berserker time, and you can maintain good uptime on Call of the Ancients as well. Before that, just play whatever you prefer, it doesn't make too much of a difference. Wait, Kota could... I wish Kota could be using while spinning, one day, surely, right? It does feel really great. That's probably the reason Wrath of Berserker is actually bugged right now. But it does feel really good with Whirlwind. Like, you can literally just be spinning and constantly pulling enemies after you. It's really cool to play with. Sadly, it's not the strongest one. It does feel really great to play with. I honestly was considering just keeping the guide with Wrath of Berserker, but Call of the Ancient just ended up being so much more damage that I couldn't justify it. But Wrath of Berserker just feels so good to play. Like, if it was just like 1 or 2 bits, I might keep it, but Call of the Ancient is just much stronger.
I forge more than what still use it well.
I might just run Wrath for a while because I'm not planning on pushing super high stuff, but I'll keep in mind that Kota is a lot better. Yeah, I mean, like, if it feels better, just play. Like, you don't have to be 100, like, efficient, right? The Wrath of Berserker can easily, like, after you get stuff going, you can easily farm T4 with it anyway. With Wrath of Berserker, you can actually swap the aspect on the... Yeah, you can swap the aspect on the one-hander, the one that's creating an earthquake. You can swap that to the Dust Devil. And then you can just put the earthquake on the rune that's using the the rune, what's it called? The one that gives you the okay, I have it equipped, I could just look. The Cry rune, right? You just swap that setup to either Ignitech or... Yeah, probably Ignitech is the best. Just put Ignitech on. That will create the earthquakes for you. Just something to create an earthquake every 4 seconds, you know? Wait, why can't I click on this? Okay. That's how you run that version of the build. And of course, you're gonna have to swap the additives to Wrath of Berserker and the cooldown tempers from Call of the Ancients to Wrath of Berserker, but Where's my key? I wish they would just actually make this somewhat random, instead of you having to loot every corpse. Like, you could just get lucky and get the key on the first corpse, you know? Because it does feel weird that every time you go and loot it, it's always on the last one. Like, what's the likelihood of that? Okay, who's trading me? Ooh, I'm getting a bunch of alright. We'll get to them in a second. Once I get out of this rather strong room. Right. Let's click on the chest and actually answer these things. How many? Just see if both of them add me, so... Okay. Let's just see if both of them add me so I don't have to go to town 2 times. I'll go to the end of the dungeon, which is 2 PM, but... A chest over here? Oops. Okay, sent me one. So many messages and so little having. What's this? Just bling bling. Yeah. Dropped on the ground. I've done that multiple times. I don't know why I'm laughing.
I forge more than horse.
But they were here.
Use it well.
I think they're doing some sort of trade, so I'm just gonna go there. Don't want to have to wait too much. It's likely just one run even, is the saddest part. Yeah. Probably just should do this. Want to buy Zol run 200 mil. Just, you know, just
I appreciate that. Goodbye.
Away. So I think we are in a different server right now, so I'm gonna you got I can't even add them. I can hear. I'll take them. Now the question is, do I pay him? He whispered me for the 200, right? That's my bad. I should have. Oh, he's still here. Is he? Yes. Cool. I think this was another server, so whatever. What? Friend. You whispered me for the 200, but alright, sure. He did whisper me before I wrote the other one, right? So I'm not crazy there. I think this was a trader. Dude, I hate that you have to add people to trade with them. Because sometimes I just forget to remove them and then I just have random people. Like, I don't know if they are or not, right? And like, eventually I'll have my full, like, if there is no limit to I mean, it's still annoying, but like, where you at? Even if there was no limit to which there is the amount of people you can have added, even if there was no limit, it's still annoying because like, you want to see the people you actually have added, right? Goodbye. Yeah, I do have a build. It's you can just type this. It's the Whirlwind one. I have both the Lunging and the Whirlwind one. This one is the Whirlwind, of course. These times for bad. Good luck with farming. DY. Thanks. Good dreams, my dude. Good dreams. Well, let's just run. Dude, I'm starting to stack up all the side ones. I just don't like running this back to back. Love it, thanks. Yeah, no problem. Hope you have fun with it. If you have any questions, just drop by the stream or like the Discord or something and ask them. Yeah, Whirlwind, that's time for me. Whirlwind is my baby, you know? I always make sure to make it work every season if it's possible. Even if it's not Whirlwind itself doing damage, which it hasn't been for a while, right? But Whirlwind, like I said, Whirlwind is just such a great and versatile skill that, like, if you really want to, you can make the playstyle work. It might not be Whirlwind itself doing damage, but hey, you can make the playstyle at the very least still live on. You know, soon enough. Whirlwind is actually not in a bad place. You can do like pit 90 with it, with a pure Whirlwind build. It's again, the problem with that one is that it's super reliant on mythics, but it does exist. This isn't just like a hit for Whirlwind. The Earthquake is really hard to scale because if you can't blow them up, it's really hard to scale them now. Especially on Whirlwind. You can still make it work, but at that point you're probably better off just playing pure Whirlwind build instead of the Earthquake. So. Wait, did he die? I think he died, right? The Goblin? Probably. I'm gonna assume so. Not quick build, but single target is brutal. Yeah, I would imagine so. On this build, actually, for the first time ever, your single target is actually your best point. Because what's happening on this build is that, like, 50% or so of the lucky hits you proc it with Whirlwind. But a lot of lucky hit procs are also coming from the Wolves, right? And the Ancients. Which means on AoE, where they are more spread out, you actually do slightly less damage. But on bosses, you melt bosses. Like, for context, if I run a dungeon that takes me like 10 minutes, 8 of those minutes will be clearing, and 2 minutes will be the boss, which is like the reverse of most builds, right? So, yeah. AoE is quite strong, surprisingly so, but... Whirlwind cap attack speed looks so good. Yeah. I don't mind that. I like spinning fast now. I want to be a Beyblade, you know?
I do this for your sake, child. I forgive
They could make it look smoother, right? But that might be too much work. Can I go from here to a dungeon? Yes, let's go. Ooh. Wait, what? Where's my strong room? Why am I being scammed? Oh, there we go. It was taking a while, huh? Just like, nah, not feel like it. Nah, too much work, nah. Alright. Active magnet. Pa, pa, pa. Yeah, my music? Hello? YouTube? How do I like this build versus lunging for speed farming? If I'm playing solo, I like it better. If I'm playing in a group, I prefer lunging. Basically. But that's mostly because I prefer playing Whirlwind. So. Like, I'm biased on that front, you know? I just prefer Whirlwind by default. Where's the last bell? We're here? Yeah. Oh, they got me. Whirlwind is also much easier to gear. Like, one of the reasons I'm having problems actually extrapolating the potential of this build, it's because it scales a lot of its damage scales kind of exponentially, especially with Masterwork. While on the lunging, right, it's more linear, so it's much easier for you to, like, it starts strong and it ends strong. This one starts a bit weaker, but it catches up, kind of deal, right? Just to clarify, this is the pure Whirlwind of max roll? No, this is the actual lucky hit build, the one that's the guide is about. Like, this is lucky hit, right? The pure Whirlwind is a bit weaker. Like 10-ish bits weaker. This is the build that the guide is mainly about. Yeah. I have the Pure Whirlwind one because I know some people enjoy it, so I always try to keep it updated. Because some people just want to play the Pure Whirlwind, they don't really care about what's stronger. And I respect that, so, you know. It's there. Excellent, thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. Only one. God damn it, dude. Let him come to the dungeon. No, you come to mine. You come to mine, Abel. You come to mine. In the middle of the dungeon. You can actually TP to me and trade me here. So... Probably gonna get the prompt to TP to the leader. And he's probably gonna TP in here. On the bat? Give it 3 seconds. Actually, what? No? Okay. I'm going to town, I guess. Mm-hmm. What? Probably should have still have asked if he has more, because maybe he misunderstood. If he specified he only had one, I'm just gonna assume he only had one. We're here? Maybe? Last one? Ah, it's cursed. Give me out of the sight. Yeah, this dungeon is taking way longer than it should. But, just a bunch of elites hiding here in the corner for some odd reason. Alright. Fair enough. Just shy, you know? Me in. Nice, thank you. Ooh, strong one. Take it. Not sure if I'm gonna finish the dungeon or not, but I'll I'll at least get a strong room, hopefully. Wait, is that any... Yeah, it's an event. Nope. Bye-bye. That event often bugs, and it barely spawns enough enemies for you to progress. I'm not even gonna bother, you know? Ooh, hello. Crush what? Huh? Come again? There's the... Oh, it's a resource one. Let's go. Oh, big. They need to make these rooms give a good amount more above the side. It's just barely a normal. Just either that or ovals. Either one is good. Some of them give ovals, some of them give all the side. Not sure if it's random or if it's like a certain dungeons give you one, certain dungeons give you another. At this point, I might as well just complete the dungeon. This one is so light. Oh well. We'll complete the dungeon, that's fine enough. Got a trade. What is that? I'm actually this thing back here. Cool. The doggo died instantly. Poor doggo. Burn it down. Another one, or is it the same guy? Yeah, it's just some guy saying added. Alright. The end of the dungeon should be here, so I'm just gonna finish this. It's not? Surely. Okay, okay, I'm just gonna go and trade. Weird champ. And all is ash again. Ooh, so close to greatness.
Use it well.
Okay, the guy is looking for this one. There we go. Ooh, we're close to gold cap now. Ah, 69, nice. Thank you. Wait. Oh, don't leave. Just, he can leave on his own accord. I'm going back to the dungeon. Found his name. Alliance. Okay, up I guess. This is one of the bosses you do on the campaign, the Vessel Veteran campaign. Rolls, welcome to the channel. Thanks for the follow. Hey. Picross. Welcome. Thanks. Okay, no, you're already here, yeah. But thanks for the follow anyway. Welcome to the channel anyway. I think this was the first day, yeah. First time chat. I still to this day do not know exactly what those shrines do. I just click them, kill whatever enemy spawn, and I just walk away. I'm sure they do something. You know? I was running only Bastard like Kill, inspired by Rogue Azurath. When I changed upon your max rogue, right? Helped with 10, improving the damage. I'm glad I could have helped. Could help. Yeah, because the problem right now is if you try to run Azurath with Ugly Bastard, because of the bug, they don't actually work together. Right? Because it doesn't convert the damage from the Dash Wrath to fire, sadly. Also, you can't run Ancients. Ancients are a big deal. Really good. Quality's build. I looked at different endgame Whirlwind builds. I'm trying to find... Didn't you... It's the one you just... The command you used up top. It's the Whirlwind one. Like, I have the lunging, then I have the Whirlwind one there. Yeah, it's this one here. That's the one I'm running. Yeah, the thing, yeah. Kata just can't, like, it also gives you attack speed, which is the double dip, right? And it can proc, Kata itself can proc the lucky hit, that's the biggest part. Which variant? Right now I'm running, believe the pit pushing. Pit pushing and the mythic are very similar, to be fair, it's just resists kind of things. So I was looking for, why does it have Earthquake on the mace? Because we need to get Earthquake somewhere on the build to proc this aspect, right? And as of right now, we don't really have a way to... another place, right? Because we need the runes for grouping and for the wolf, so we can't put the tech rune. And the ground stomp, we just don't have a spot for it. We need all the shout and we need rupture, right? And Call of the Ancients and Whirlwind, of course. Like, you don't really have a way to get Unstoppable and Fortify without running Cry. War Cry damage, of course. Challenging Shout, you can run without Challenging Shout, but on Pit, you're just gonna get slapped and die, right? So, not really an option, realistically. The Wolves lucky hit? Yeah, they do. With the setup I have here, with Ahu, proccing the Wolves, what happens is that the Wolves can actually proc themselves. Like, literally the Wolf, you just need to proc one Wolf, and then you can go AFK, and as long as the Wolf has, like, an enemy that's 85% or below, it will just keep on spawning more and more Wolves. Kinda funny. The Wolf's lucky hit and apply vulnerable defense, or spread vulnerable, I can't recall. Something like that. We don't need them for vulnerable because Fist of Fate, right? But yeah. Ooh, wobbles. Lovely. Like, ideally, the Earthquake would just run it on the rune, right? Just run tech rune, but the other runes are just way too good. Like, the Cry rune for the Vortex is just way too good for grouping, which the build desperately needs. And the Wolves are just a lot of damage. Oh, okay, I misunderstood what you asked. That's my bad. I thought you were talking about the other. Yeah. It's what the role said. Like, the aspect has two parts, right? It has the first part, which... The second part, earthquakes deal 120 increased damage, you don't care. You care about the first part, right? Whenever you stand on top of an earthquake, and for 4 seconds after, you do 120% times more damage. This is just used on all barbarian builds, because it's so broken, right? Yeah, that's what you're asking for, my bad.
Impressive. Unfortunately.
Like, this aspect just needs to be nerfed, because it's super broken for earthquake builds, and it's basically must-have on every other build. Even if you don't want to run earthquakes on your build, you're just kind of forced to, because of that aspect. Like, they needed to have nerfed that aspect and not have nerfed the heavy hitter so much. Because that, like, nerfing that aspect mostly mostly targets the earthquake build, with like leaving the others kind of okay. Not necessarily free, because you still need to put the earthquake on the build, right? But yeah, kind of it's just mandatory for every barbarian build. Wait, I didn't click it, my bad. Ooh, it's gonna be down to the wire. Got him. Ooh, trade. Oh, I think I forgot to... I think I sold some items, so I forgot to list them as completed. Oopsie. I think that's all of them. Dude, whenever I go to sleep, I get a bunch of messages from, like, I'm assuming NA people. Like, trying to buy items, and I can't actually sell them, because then when I wake up, I'm like, hey, you still need them? And they're asleep, right? Is Ugly Bastard helmet still bugged? Yes. Right now it's still, like, the damage conversion just breaks after use Wrath of Berserker a second time without letting it run out. I just read it after, it seems. Do you play Pure Whirlwind? No, this is not Pure Whirlwind. I do have a build for Pure Whirlwind on the build guide, on the variants. But this is not pure whirlwind. This is lucky hit. Because it's a bit stronger.
What's left, you ask?
Is going a DPS loss because of the bug I'm in? When it comes to lunging, this build we don't care. Because our damage is already fired, the lucky hit proc, right? When it comes to lunging and other builds like that, it's slightly less DPS. Her prediction was really close to Ugly Bastard. It's not that big of a deal. It's probably not even a pit tier difference. So it's kind of whatever, but technically yes. Is it at the same level with lunging? The build, it's close. Lunging is still stronger, I believe. Like, I haven't... The thing with this build, it scales exponentially, right? So, until I get everything done, we'll have to see. The build almost for sure can clear 100 with the upgrades I've done. Like, I had a bad amulet, I had bad boots, I didn't have all the masterworks done, and I was still able to clear like a 95 in 10 minutes. So 100 will likely almost for sure be done once I get everything going. Already got the Seek Amulet now, right? Like, we'll see if it can go much higher than that. I don't think it will surpass lunging. I think it's really difficult. Like, again, it scales a bit more exponentially, so it's a bit harder to actually put my finger down on it. But lunging is much easier to gear. Elemental Terrorist is lightning max roll. Yeah. That's the problem. It like, if the Ugly Bastard was working, it should be okay, but sadly it's not, so you really need to go for the fire ones. It to be what it to be, basically. Around 150 build with launching, but the problem is that it's not so fast as probably in the past. Yeah, and the problem is the AoE. You're hitting 150 on AoE, right? On single target, launching, like, you basically take like 3 to 4 minutes to clear the pit, and then the rest of the time, like 12 minutes on the boss or something stupid like that, right? That's the problem right now there. But lunging is fast. Lunging is quite fast. You just need to click fast, right? Like, lunging is a mobility skill. Literally, right? Just gotta be able to click on the enemies fast enough. Post temper max roll with 1 fire, 1 lightning. Yep, need to swap whatever weapon you have with a lightning one, basically. I hold it down, move with curse, it's going very far, but you can't reach boss in 1 minute, no way. I mean... You're not reaching the boss in 1 minute in any build, realistically. Like, even the earthquake ones, the 1 minute runs are like 1 in like 1,000, right? The thing with earthquakes is that you left the damage behind you, right? You could just leave the damage down and move, while right now you need to do damage. You can just, you know, walk around and the damage is done. Roll out of... Did I keep it or break it, Lama? I mean, might as well keep it for now. I think that's the second best roll, right? That's on a one-handed mace, right? So 240, I believe, right? Yeah, that's on the one-handed mace. So one-handed mace should be easy for you to buy. There's not a lot of demand for them. If you just go on Diablo.trade, you can probably get a bunch of them for cheap with GA strength. If it was the 200 mace, that one would be expensive. That's the only legendary weapon barbs care about for the most part. Yeah, that one there I got max roll fire first try. Yeah, what? Suddenly we're not getting enough there. Okay. You don't know if you have reached the max DPS? I mean, compare your build to what like other people can push, basically. Can you do 105 with lunging, then you have the max DPS. You can't, then you probably don't. You know? Where am I? Oh, okay, I thought this was the end of the dungeon. God. Hi, Brian. Just on autopilot. You go back in. Like, if you want the best speed farmer, that's just gonna be Zork, right? Because they have the infinite teleport thing, right? It is what it is. And they do damage just by existing, basically. UTP, drop an Hydra down at the same time, and you do damage. So, I mean... And yeah, that's normal. On 105, you basically take a couple of minutes clearing the trash, and then it's like 10 minutes on the boss or something like that. That's because lunging, like your damage most on clear mostly comes from Pingorgers, right? The more enemies you have around you, the more damage you get from Pingorgers. On bosses, even if you get adds, it's not consistent, right? So you don't have a lot of those big damage procs. That's how you get like 150 plus, right? A billion hits on lunging. It's because of those Pingorgers proc. It's not lunging itself doing that damage, it's Pingorgers. On bosses, you can't do that, so that's why it takes a bit longer.
This is of no use.
Ooh, I should have spent my obols before, huh? Yo, don't you dare take my music away. Preseason, I feel like they hate Barb compared... Nah, I mean Barb has been quite strong. Just this season that it's a bit weaker. Like they don't hate the class. They might be bad at balancing a class, but that's a whole different issue. feel like Barb and Rogue are the most balanced. I don't know about Rogue, but Barb is not really balanced. Like, at all. Barb has a bunch of issues right now. Because Barb was a melee class made for a slow game. The game has been speeding up a lot, going bigger and bigger, especially on AoE, right? If you look at most Barbarian skills, like, what's the biggest... Take away the Earthquakes and the Stables, that was mostly kind of a Season 6 thing, right? What the AoE skill for Barb? Whirlwind. Look at my AoE. A Sork with normal abilities can just cover the whole screen. I can only do this of AoE, right? And the game is all about the AoE nowadays. More and more. Right? You don't have as easy grouping, depending on the build you run as well. Pins the wife asleep, nice. Welcome back. Yeah, it's like there's a lot of like Barb is kind of right now it's kind of held up by duct tape in a way. Like they completely gutted the overpower, which was kind of a central mechanic of Barb, right? Almost all our skills besides bleed and whirlwind, which is basically like 4 skills altogether. Whirlwind is also bleed. All of that kind of scales a lot with overpower. Overpower got gutted, so all those builds suffered. Like, for example, right? Our key passives. When you look at our key passive, right? You remember that they said that they wanted to make the key passives kind of around the 70-75% mark. Only one of our key passives is like that, and it's the bleed one, which is already weak regardless, because bleed is kind of weak, besides fly. We have one that gives us 45, specifically only for core skills. We have one that gives us 3 times 15, and that needs you to use 3 different skills for weapon swapping, right? And it's not really efficient, because people don't run it for a reason. Even though it's the key passive that gives us the most damage, people don't run it because it's just not efficient to have 2 random skills for weapon swap with. For example, Stomp cannot have weapons. Stomp is a utility skill that you a lot of times use on builds, either to create earthquakes, to get fury, to reduce the cooldown on ultimates. That skill cannot equip weapons, so it cannot be used on weapon swap. Even though there's kind of a lot of synergy between weapon swap and Stomp. But Stomp just can't use a weapon. Like, for example, right? And then we have the one I'm using, Unconstrained, which is a 30... It's a 35%. It's not even 35, but let's call it 35. A lot of our... And then we have the Thorns one, but the Thorns one is kind of a skill in itself. It's not really a multiplier. So, our key passives are also kind of, you know, not the best. There's a... Like, Barb, I believe more than any other... I think Necros also need it a bit, I believe. But, like, more than any other class, they need, like, a retouch on the whole class, almost. Because, like, they were just not made for this. Like, they were just not made for the kind of gameplay Diablo has right now. I'm actually surprised how well a Rogue... But the thing with Rogue, right, is that it was already kind of a ranged class or melee. You could kind of go in both, so I guess they got away with that. But Barb it's the only class that... I believe it's the only class that's strictly melee, right? Besides Weapon Throw, and Weapon Throw is mostly melee, realistically. So it's kind of the one that suffered the most with that. Because when you think about it, Barb cannot face tank more than any other class, right? Last season, Rogues could face tank even more than Barb, right? So the whole shtick of being in melee and just tanking the damage and dishing out damage back, it's kinda... Everyone does that. Like even if they balance the game for the damage to be there, like on Barb we don't have the only good clear skill that we have is Earthquake. That's Diablo as well, I get, but it's basically the same, right? Also, we have an ultimate that was never used by anyone. Right? The... what's it called again? I keep forgetting its name for ult. What's its name? The one that appears on every Barbarian trailer? Iron Maelstrom? We never used it. Ever. There has never been an actually good build that used it. We used it a bit on leveling before, but like endgame build, no actual good endgame build ever used it. Clear the whole screen. One of the things they need to do with Iron Maelstrom, first of all, is it can't lock you in place. The game is too fast for that to be a thing. Lock you in place is just not the way anymore. They need to allow it to move, and they need to give it better scaling. Like, they need to give it better ways to scale. I mean, one of the biggest problems with... how many items is this? That's fine. One of the biggest problems with Iron Maelstrom is that it relies a lot on, like, the whole ultimate is kind of around the concept of weapon swapping, right? The problem is that weapon swapping was never good. Ever. Right? Sometimes you weapon swap with 2 weapons. Sometimes it's worth it for 2 weapons. It's rare, but sometimes it's worth it. For 3 weapons, it's not. It's not worth it. That's not gonna sell. So people just don't run it.
Use it well.
Also, for example, if you go look at the necklace, the unique necklace they made for Iron Maelstrom, it's a defensive necklace. It gives you damage reduction instead of buffing damage. With a skill that's all about doing damage. You know? Like, you're supposed to hit that ultimate and feel like a freaking god, right? And destroy everything on screen. And like, imagine if the skill was already in a good place and they give it the defensive alternative, that's good, whatever, right? Options, good. When the skill is already in the garbage, you just... and there's no damage, you just give it the... it's just kind of a, you know... not what it needed kind of deal. And it just needs more damage, and also, you know, they need to, like, they actually need to, I wouldn't be surprised if going into the next expansion they actually rework the whole mastery, weapon mastery thing on Barbarian, because it's confusing as hell for new players. It doesn't actually do anything significant when you think about it. Like, it's just a bad design. Like, and it's actually bad for weapon swapping itself. Because normally you won't use a certain weapon because it gives you more damage. So you scale things like, for example, use the polearm with the executioner glyph. Well, if you weapon swap, you're no longer using a polearm. So executioner glyph gets disabled. Alright. You know, things like that. It's a good, like, it's cool when it comes to, like, flavor wise, it's cool. It's a cool thing. You're a master of weapons. You just use whatever weapons you have available. it's not executed in the best way. I'm not sure if there's a good way to go about it. But does it right now? Not good. So... like, it doesn't realistically add any complexity, right? You just go on the technique, always, 200 attacks, right? Always. And then sometimes you do use something like... a lot of the times the weapon you use is not even related to the mastery, right? It's just kind of... okay, kinda... oh, we're full. Oh well, that will be collected. The weapon you use is not even related to the mastery, right? Just what... it just depends on what you want to do. Like, do you want to use Rage of Argath on Whirlwind? Well, then you need to use a slashing weapon. And you want to use Rama as well? Well, then you need to use dual wielding, for example, right? It's not necessarily about the technique itself.
That's the ferocity I remember.
Like, there's rarely a time, I can't even recall a time, that the technique actually made a difference. Oh. I'm sure this will be fine. That's likely... I'm almost sure that's what they're gonna do on the next expansion. They are probably gonna rework that a lot. They already... like, from what they're talking, people were talking about, was like, they're looking at the skills and stuff, right? I'm not sure exactly what they talked about because I was not at the whatever meeting they had, right? They're talking about, like, they're looking at skills, making things a bit more cool, right? I don't know, like, I don't know exactly what they said. Hopefully they do look at that. Yeah. Alright. Anyway, guys, I think we're gonna call the stream today here. It's been a long time. We farmed a lot. I think we got a lot of obsidian and souls already. Yes. Ooh, we are rich on obsidian. Let's go. We might actually run out of forgotten souls. We'll see. I'll try to calculate the stuff off stream today to make sure we got actually I'm actually masterworking the items I need. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we can clear 100 tomorrow. That's gonna be the goal for tomorrow. Anyway, YouTube side. See you guys tomorrow at 4 GMT, 4 PM GMT. As always, you can join Discord if you want to get notified when I do go live. There you go. YouTube side, bye-bye. I can send you guys anywhere, bye-bye. Boop. Alright. This is man, take care, hi, bye-bye. On the Twitch side, I can send you guys somewhere. I'm not sure where you guys are going at, let me see.